Morning, guys. 20 seconds until my 15s. Just keep an eye on this pullback. This move feels so overextended to me. I very curious to see what happens. I don't understand why we were up. Okay. See if 45s can bid. Get over 60, 65 here, or we can see one more leg down to 25. See if we can bid 60s now. Trying to make previous day value highs supported. Higher if we're going to continue higher, or it's just going to do another leg down. A failure here. We can make 60s supportive, then we go back up to 90, or at least a fill of an L here. Watching Russell into stay value high here. Our PVZ. Out one on N 60. 90 again. It's going to sell as we push up. Start rotation up into 90s. Out one more from 60. Target above this is 906 on IQ. Pushing into target now. Full reoffer here into 906. Stops up as we push in. Your POC shift. Just reoffer. If we get above this, then you put in 931. Right now, this is where I'm risked off. Really nice ball push down. Fit into our 40s, entry into our 60s, push up to our 90s, secondary target into 96.
And so again, we are still waiting on these BLS prelim payrolls revisions numbers here. Some analysts on social media saying that this event has been delayed. But we are now less than 10 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, where we get the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories, a draw of 2.2 million expected on the prior build of 1.357 million. So seeing US employment rose 1.3% in the year through March 2024, according to the BLS. So again, US employment rose 1.3% in the year through March 2024, according to the BLS. So that's again the BLS being cited by the Newswires here. No sign of an official publication or breakdown from the BLS yet. Nothing being printed on the wires either, other than this one number. Again, the US employment rose 1.3% in the year through March 2024, according to the BLS.
Ooh. The absorption up here is crazy. There's not really much to say. Got to get through this guy if you want higher, or we're just gonna keep pulling back. Very whipsaw, but there's clearly absorption up in the highs. Can we see that? Which is why that 906 was target. Just back to that absorption from the previous candle. Seeing that absorption still there. We can build above, but we need to see buyers, actually step in and push. The things that we can watch for here for to let us know if we're going to keep going up is, can the
So the wires
Russell
on that BLS
maintain
number
here?
say that that's according to the quarterly census of employment and wages. So this does seem to be separate from the 12-month revision of payrolls data that we're expecting from the BLS.
Can we build above value? The Russell value shift here is going to be really important. Can we hold previous day value high as supported? If so, we keep going. We can reclaim. This rejects and then pushes down, then that's that. There's not a lot. Just really keeping an eye on how we react off this blue zone. very volatile action. Gonna wait for main levels. Either we get over this absorption that's
In
taking
5
place
minutes
above
time now at
us,
the bottom of the
or
hour,
we pull
we
back
expect the release of the weekly
to
EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories
that
forecast a draw of
50-40 area.
2.2 million on
We
the
look to
prior
try
build of
again.
1.357 million. Range sees a build of 2 million to a draw of 4.73 million.
My chart this laggy this early. And need to get make this need to make this supportive side. Need to make what? Is there a reason why I can't draw on this chart? What the hell is going on?
One minute remaining
Let's
for the
just
inventories
feel
numbers. I'll lead with the EIA crude inventories.
40 seconds, 15. Still just trapped here. Debating if I try the same trade again. I'm just watching our previous state value high at 60s again. Dip down.
Draw 4 spots 649 million, draw 4 spots 649 million. That's lower than the expected draw of 2.2 million. Gasoline inventory is a draw of 1.606 million,
This
draw of
price action is
1.606
stupid.
million, higher than the expected draw of 1.8 million. Distillate inventory is a draw of 3.312 million, 3.312 million draw, which is lower than the expected draw of 1 million. Cushing inventory is a draw of 0.56 million, a draw of 0.56 million.
This Russell bounce is great. Really nice push. Waiting for NQ to be able to get through this area. Push below. As long as 60s are holding, then there's not too much to worry about. It's just previous day value high. Really all we want to see hold. But there's just so much absorption taking place above us into that 900 to so like that has to be where you're taking profit. So we can see up and up hold. Your full move on Russell. Not really full pathing. So we can get over 163, 64.8 and show it as supportive. Just our value edge. Just did a function about. Watch to see how we react here into 60s. Expect this to get bought a little bit. Don't crazy. See the end of this candle. Very violent action. Not the good price action. Right back down to our 40 and bounced. Watch our 60. Secondary. Either this will be our strong re-offer point or we'll make it supportive again. We're basically seeing if previous day value high is going to hold as resistance for a move down to PLC. Got our bounce at 40. This is the same play as before. Now we're watching to see if something like this happens, where we get a shift, where we can't get back over 60s, and we go down to
US payrolls revisions seen revised down 818k in its prelim revision, so the BLS issues its prelim benchmark revisions down 818k. So US Labor Department says the preliminary estimate of non-farm payrolls benchmark revision would cut the March 2024 level of employment by 818,000 or 0.5%.
We're watching to see if we're stuck in yesterday's value now. Can on. Same trade that we just 40s held. Now we're trying to make 60s supportive. 60s go supportive. We play up to 90. If offer holds, then we rotate down to our pre-C at 20. Are holding our 60s, pushing up to our 90 target. It's your first risk off. We push into that.
So we have posted out the Bureau of Labor Statistics CES
Just got
prelim
stopped.
benchmark announcement on the feed for anyone
Our
interested.
last runner there. Retesting 60s now. Held really well. Retesting in our 90s.
A dollar holding the day's gains after the US job
See if we can
data
get back
revision.
over 90. Same play.
S&P 500 seeing a
Again,
little bit of strength there, up around
back into
0.4% now.
906. Good risk off. Selling one. My new average is 90 now from re-entering after getting stopped. Looking for 31s here, guys. Stop up. Action is so stupid. There's our 31. Move stops up. Probably get stopped out here. Stop right below 25s. Yeah, I just got tagged. Move stops up. And action's interesting. Dude, it's the MMs. They're DDoSing you. Crazy, mother. That move was annoying because I got stopped out and then I had to add back in on the input back up at drop. So I added 80, 90, hold into 900, and then got back in. One of the issues with having a break top. I'm just adding in here on the hold of our 60s, selling in first reoffer. Got stopped out, break even, but
US
then just
Treasury
played the
10-year yield
bid,
turns positive
excitement
after
on
the payrolls
Dom,
revision data. 10-year
90,
yield last up at 3.825%.
and that was that. It's just the same level we bought last time. Again, it's literally the same trade. It's the 40s, recovery of 60s, trade up into 90, and then secondary target was 906 on the first trade. All we do again is push back down into our 40s, recover our 60s at supportive, push off of it. So it's the same trade. Dude, this is they're buying like a little unhinged. A little excitement in there. Oh, so we're getting just this is a huge squeeze because we got through all that absorption that was taking place at 906 and immediately have shot up like 40 points since then through that I would like to see us retrace some of this at some point. Oh, I have to just keep an eye on it. I don't like playing off of a huge hand. Pullback level for short term, if we're not going to fully retrace, is 930 on NQ. A much better pullback level would be in at 906, 900 area, personally. But going to keep an eye on that. This structure into news is just such a what am I gonna do when this comes out? I mean, this entire thing. Gross. I want like a 300 point back on it, where we take long on the old options account. Dude, what is this candle? I'm redoing these based off of Delta from watching 51s, our first pullback level here on NQ. We'll have to see how bullish this is. There's a lot of Fed easing bets going happening. Yeah. We are in a very violent trend with structure flow. Just watching for a pullback. I have nothing that I want to take a long off of trading. I have like very neutral gap here. I'd want sucks. I'm watching to see if we either come back down as lows here, these buying deltas, or if we can maintain 51 higher. I'd like to see this LV, but I understand that we can bounce here. So just really keeping an eye on this. We've got this secondary gap below. These are my main levels that I'm looking at in this area. Just keeping an eye on this 51 first. See how we react off of it. 51 to like 46. Have no structure. Filling it. I look for 30s. And a push back over 51 for continuation. Just POC retest of a previous candle, just like the halfway back, buying deltas. Just fix this structure, give me a bounce, and play the secondary move off of it. Don't try to knife catch this. It's done. Do our buying deltas here. Again, just coming back down to where that absorption took place at the 6 area. We're looking for a look back above 31s. Got selling deltas below, above us, and buying deltas below us that we're to. We're waiting to see who wins out. I'm watching to see how we act from this absorption. Ideally, do something like this if we're going to higher. If that's not happening, then we're rotating back inside of value, and we have a very easy level to play off of. This is where we sold previously, and we'll look back down, offer back in below. Fed's able to step in here. Full LVN fill. All this structure is gone. Deleted. This is so stupid. Uh, Watching for offers. Now that we're back in value. Secondary pathing. Watch our 40s just like before, full retrace. Remember, if 40s go, if 60s go offer, or this rotation down, just to see how we react. So I'm willing to look to see if buy sides will 60. Patience back up to 96. And it's the same thing as before, where you're still watching to see if we 36 and then cover 60s or actual entry. This is our bear path where we hold previous date value high as resistance, see for and just look for the way back up. Will be one. This sell is crazy though. This is what happens when you get squeezy action. You have people off sides like crazy. Just wait for the secondary move. Just do not try to knife catch and blow up your account, bro. Can't stress that enough. There's your move down into previous day POC. Now we watch to see if we're trapped inside yesterday's value. I'm not. What? Hipster? I think Ripster can do that. Financial Juice guy isn't talking about it. We're okay. We're just bouncing previous day POC. Again, we're trapped into value yesterday. What we're watching for is this resistance now. Like I just said. All we care about. We had a move that was excess. We're now rotating through value. If previous day POC goes resistant, we look for a full rotation down to previous day value at 77. We're just rotating through value off of. Watching these three levels from our levels. Is this offer now holding at previous day POC? This is our secondary test. If it does, then we have one more rotation down into ETH low here. Keep an eye on Russell. If we reject previous day value high, we offer here, we have a rotation down to this VPOC at 51, as well as just previous day POC. We're rotating through this value, so it should be pretty clear level wise for ES, same thing, 620, 650 if these hold as offer. Watch 830 above on NQ for offer. 5 to 35, 25 to 30 is where we're watching for offer on NQ. Like down. If we get back above and they get supportive, then we look for a rotation back up to 60. But as long as this 25-30 area is holding sell side, should see one more leg down. Big retest here on ES. Previous day POC to value high. Waiting on this edge test. See if we get back in or not. Just like with this rotating value. This is our retest. Really important retest here. Offer was unable to hold into 30s, so we rotate back up to 60. I don't look for shorts again until we get below that. Look for the bid to now be able to maintain 30 for higher low. If we push below it and then we see the ladder step down, then that last move down to 780. Selling deltas don't hold into the lows, and those sellers are unable to push us down. We have to then respect them to look for a bid there. Our test to see if the buy side can hold 5 to 30. And as before, we were looking for our offer. Get the bid now, maintain it. It's a very important area to let us know short term where we're headed. Either this is going to hold here like this, or we'll look for this to become resistant like that. So just really keep that in mind that this is really all we have to work off of. Can we hold this bid now back inside value? Same thing for ES here in degrees. Can we bid and maintain, then push back over previous day value high at 27 for a secondary move? If the buyer side fails here, then we'll have offside traders again. Just do the rotation to previous day value low. This is not the time to be leveraged up. Letting you know now, there's no reason to not just chill for a second. You want to be trading smaller size right now. The moves are way too violent, catching exact levels. We have an idea of what we want to see. We have an idea of where people are positioning. We need to watch how reactions play out from these first attempts after such a drastic sell-off. You don't want to get stopped out and then it's still going the direction that you thought it would. Without you. Really want this last leg down if fail to build back over 60. Still very two-sided here. With Russell just holding stay value high. I want to see this rotation down to VPOC and straight to low. That'd be really good. I'm bullish over 60s. I feel like that's very clear. Down here, it's a bit murky. Pushing into our 60s now. Again, I want to see this become supportive. Right now, this is our ETH high retest. I want to see previous day value high hold as supportive for upside moves. All of our longs today, stop of 60 going supportive. Can it do it again, or is this now our sell side? It'll be a very interesting value shift. That's where we can back over. And same thing as before, if 60s can go supportive and we see that bid step in on above, my first target's going to 906 there. That absorbed last time. 906. Till then, though, we got to get over 60. This will just be our edge. No. They maintain above. Yeah, exactly. No structure in between. So just whiplash. We're just looking to see if the same trade we took this morning play out again. There's one more leg down. This is the problem when we don't have actual structure to play off of, and people get incredible FOMO in both directions. Surely this volatile action was set up for. And oh, Really nice push so far, over 60s on our hold. Need to get over 75s. Over 75s again. That rotates the 900, 906. So far, bid though. Watching our 75 retest. Seeing if we can hold VWAP for that rotation up in target.
Israel's Gallant says Hamas's Rafah brigade has been defeated.
Our first little area of selling deltas here on the stacked imbalance from footprint. Very important area to let us know. Oh. Yeah, I think that's good, Patel. I think we can rotate this like 906, 920 area, but that risking off some here makes a lot of sense. Again, bullish over 60s. Just makes sense to me. Now we need to see how much of the structure we can run through. Understanding where all of these sellers were last time, pushing around this this 900, 920. We look for the offer here. If it goes supportive again, then we could probably rotate the full candle. But as long as it's holding a ton here, seeing if this top of range hold value high hold. Is holding good so far. See a new high though. Or we can chop here for a while. 15s. there's zero structure until 60s. Buy side's either able to get us back over value here, or we're gonna have to rotate to 60 before we figure out what we're gonna do. Russell into our value high edge and our value high edge. ES has a bit. Watching to see if Russell can break over value and make it supportive. Same thing with it. That happens, we have more upside. And watching for like 9, 10, 20 area. But we can not, then we rotate back down to 60s and then look there. Understand value high is value high. It is sell side. We have an imbalance here above us. That is selling side, and POC is below us at this 55 to 60. Say value high is here as well. So either we are maintaining within our current value, or we make our value high supportive and expansion. This always needs to be a PT until we can go above and show willingness to hold. If not, we will rotate back down. We'll trade between our two auction value low and value high. Yeah, we're attempting, but if we push through, then we're just coming back down to 60. Then we're gonna have to watch this area as an offer on a retest. Kind of up in the air still. Russell's still willing to bid, which is a good sign. Yeah, this 60 retest is very important to me because if we don't hold 60s and don't see a solid bid willing to take here, we're just rotating back down to the bottom of this and then bar down, selling down, holding. This is why this area is so important. Surely we all see how this is a selling candle and a one directional selling candle with imbalance above that we're rejecting off of. We have our VWAP here that we are trying to maintain and hold over at this 60 level. If we are unable to hold here and this goes offer, I'm looking for a rotation back down to these. And so we need to hold our halfway back, basically, is what I'm saying. If we don't, this POC, then we rotate back down to these lows, and then we're in a very strong position for another selling leg down. Very aggressive selling leg down for bar. This is our test. Either we're bouncing here or we're rotating all the way back down to our wick close on the Very nice bid so far. I need to get over 75s here, or this is sphere off. VWAP and our node that we built out. And it's high. This is now our offer, right? We need to get over this 75.80. We want to go higher. Point trade off of 60s though, so far. Break the downtrend. There's nothing here other than a reoffer for a push. Yeah, you missed both sides getting explosive. Bullish over 60s, bearish under 60. That's basically the idea right now, Roy. Need to break over 900s and make it supportive for upside for a full retrace of the move. Until then, we've got this local pivot at this like 50-60 area, and we're watching to see if this 15-minute sets up as a 3 bar to the downside or not. 60 being our local pivot to let us know if we're going rotating back down to these lows. As long as we're maintaining here, the potential for another move up. We have a minute left. We have selling deltas above us and a mother bar down, and we are holding a stacked imbalance as resistance. Russell is leading us up, and Q sideways. You get over 80s for a breakout, rotate back up to value high. It's just going to be a lower high in a downtrend. If we offer below 60s, we more than likely rotate back down 20s and then 100 flat. Q15's opening here, 15 seconds. Still holding resistance. Shift. Need to get back over POC from previous candle. This is going to be our offer and start of our downtrend down. So that's clear. be a volatile.
So the pound gains to 1.3075 against the US dollar, the highest since July 2023.
Still holding below POC from previous candle. Offer is lowering. Price is below POC. That's what you need to understand. This 50 to 60 holds, or we rotate all the way down. Our last ditch effort from buy side. Russell pushing. Russell loses momentum, and NQ is already weak. We get into a very awkward situation where everything all of a sudden is has selling power down. Yeah. Only thing that was keeping us up there is Russell. So Russell maintain higher lows above our value high here, or do we lose this and we also lose this 50 to 60 view? If we do, then we just rotate down. Russell can't maintain and also shows weakness with NQ also on maintain a bid. Again, like you need to just be able to very clearly see the start of a downtrend. Knew where resistance was. This is where risking off happened. And then we have been developing price below previous POCs ever since. We are rotating down. We need to see a bid step in, and we need to see a break over 80s. We have everything that we need. We know what we need. Retesting POC previous candle. See if we can get over. Or if all sticks. Yes, sorry, RTY is still pushing. No shift here. Need over 80s. I will say it again. 80. Still holding previous candle POC as resistance. There's been no shift here. I don't know what you're looking for, Dubs. Everything is holding just like it needs to. Offer held on our previous POC. We're down 30 points from that point. I don't understand. Looking for the wrong side. What he's looking for. Yeah, it's very good. Glad you liked it. Nice. Second season's kind of a slow burner on Vinland. Good. $80. No shit posting. People are gonna blow up today. Jesus Christ. really big test here on the Russell, back into our value area. Without the Russell, we are in a state of confluence across the board, right? So need to see if the Russell is now going to rotate down value. It should give us a bit of energy here on NQS for downside action, just like we talked about. Watch our bid here into 63.50. And we watch the retest into our value high if it reoffers. This market is so slow. Yeah, for the last 10 minutes. Then you're gonna play in this market so fast. Here's your full retrace of this move. NQ value high to value low. Failure at value highs to make it supportive above. We rotate to POC, POC, we rotate to value. We've done the full oscillation of value on the day. We are now back down into our wick lows off of our original candle. We have done a full selling trend where price has been unable to develop over the previous 15-minute candles POC, just like we talked about from our selling deltas, rotating down. There's no shift. This is why we look at the 15 on footprint to spot trend. We understand when we're bullish, when we're bearish. Now we watch to see if we bounce at our value low or if we make value low resistant. If we do, we trade down to previous day value low at 782. About 1 on ES here, waiting to see if we can hold below value now. Watching to see something like this. Previous day value high holding as resistance on a retest. Watch our 40 pivot on NQ for offer. Beautiful ES rejection off of our value low, continuation down. Watching NQ here, needs to be able to hold value, or we rotate down again to previous day value low, 786. Russell coming down into POC, loss of momentum on Russell is allowed for this move down. This is now our pivot. Are buyers able to maintain here, or does POC go resistance, and then do we fill this LVN? Big test with value low and Russell into POC. $50 until new 15s. Back down to our wick lows on NQ. Watching to see if previous day POC can hold as resistance here on a reoffer, like this 24 basically, 24 to 30. That holds offer, then we have one more rotation down to previous day value low would be my guess. NQ watching this 23, 25 area for an offer. Russell just balanced at POC so far. Watching how we react into our new 15. Can we close above POC here on this candle, or does it go offer? Again, so far in this trend, we have been holding below POC, holding below POC. So we're watching to see if into this low, we're able to see a buyer step in, or if this offer is able to maintain on the close of this candle, and then resistance able to hold the selling deltas here for continuation down. We're able to continue to push. We know where we're going. Previous day value lows on both ES and NQ. 5 pivot from yesterday, where we bounced at close. Okay, pushing into target here. Previous day value low, risk off 1. Move stops down. Same thing for ES into our 15s. That is your rotation. I cannot stress enough that this is the exact same price action that you guys love to trade on the bullish side for footprint, but you seem completely oblivious on the bear side. We're holding POCs as resistance and pushing down. I cannot, like, it is trend. Trend. Do we see how, like, if you just inversed this, this is like incredibly bullish price action with us holding POCs as supportive then? Pushing down? Like, I really need you. This is the setup that we play for longs. If this was blue, sorry, if this was green, this is a buy, and then we're holding POC as supportive, holding POC as supportive, holding POC as supportive. See that on the inverse? How do I inverse this chart? Control I. How to do it? Control Alt I. Control Shift I. Alt I. What does it look like on the bull side? What are we holding? What are we holding? What did we bounce off of? See what I mean? Like, this is just this. If this was a green buying delta, be pushing, looking for this bid. We looked for the secondary move in the short and sorry, the long here on the pullback, the long on the pullback into value, the long into pullback on POC, continuation up. Why it's like I cannot. It's the same thing, but just trending down. What are you modeling? For VR chat? Or just like model them as like a hobby? There's so much great documentation for Blender because it's free on YouTube. I can send you a couple of people that I like. I mean, I'm sure most of them are fine. It just really depends what you want to. If you're not planning on animating and they're just gonna be like solid, right? Like a rigid body. It's not too bad. I don't even know if you need to do it in Blender, to be honest, but it might be easy. No, I mean Blender's good. It's free. I would just stick with that. But if you wanted to like sculpt, there are a lot of like sculpting programs where you like, actually like it's like you're sculpting with clay, which is really great for like modeling in the sense of like you're just like basically just trying to make art. But if you're trying to like make like something that's functional, then Blender's by far the way to go. If not, then you just use like Sculptress or something. But yeah, no, I would just stick with Blender. Easy, free, good. Also, yeah, I'll send you some stuff. I feel like I helped Mario maybe like 2 years ago, just picking up Blender for some reason. I don't remember why. Start value retests on NQS and Russell retesting P distance. We're looking to see if we can get back into these or if these are going to hold offer. So far, holding offer, but pretty two-sided with this seller who's potentially offside. I mean, is very offsides at 780, 770. Just watching to see how we react into the selling deltas above in 25, 5. Gonna be our real test on NQ. Well, the good thing about the a lot of those like VR avatars is that there's so many images available, so you'll be able to basically like import a front view and a side view directly in Blender and model off of that. It's going to help with your because there's so many like there's so much fan art already made, so it'll really help when you're modeling it. You have to figure it all out on your own. Like you can put a 2D image inside Blender on an axis and then basically like draw out the path for each and get your proportions like very exact. $15 until no 15. Just trying to get back into value or watch for a much stronger rejection from it. Just like again from earlier, we're watching to see if resistance on the candle. We're holding our 24s. That's the POC from the previous candle. We're watching how we react here. Do you have any experience in 3D modeling at all, Bark, or would you be starting from like even like from like the ground? How beginner are we talking about? Whenever I've been using Bookmap, I don't use Bookmap. I never use. I just saw your comment. Watching our reaction here into these deltas above. See if we get an offer here. Say this before. I'm looking at this as a pullback instead of a short continuation right now. It's a pullback to down to our. If I word this. We're at previous day value high. It makes sense to see a small sell here, but we're watching to see if we can now bid and start to do something like this, or if we start to rotate back down below this node sell side continuation. So this area here on yes is really important to me to see if we're able to build, and we are looking to get back into this 30-second opening range and make it supportive again. This is just sideways chop. We're watching to see if buy side can get us back over, or if sell side is willing to hold us and start this rotation back. But right now, this should be a pretty neutral positioning area for you. We're just watching to see how we react in day open. It's day open on ESN and Q in our 30-second opening range. So not a ton here. We're looking for buyers to be able to defend the higher lows or reject us and push us below these basings and get us back below value low for continuation down. Until then, we are just like, this should just slow walk up to POC if we hold value low as supportive on these, on any sort of pullback. And POC is up at 55 for NQ and 36 for ES. We can hold value. So it's just a neutral market as of right now. We've entered back into value. We failed to hold it as resistance on both ES and NQ. We built it as supportive. Now we just look for this sideways chop, either a pullback to like 20s or a push to 55s before we get our next move. Watching the Russell into POC here at 61s, seeing if we get a there as well. Let me see if I can find Mario's donut that he sent him that. I swear I sent this to him. Seconds until new 15s. We'll see if this is a start of a trend up, or if this will just be a rejection of our mean AV WAP and mean. Right. So again, like I'm not looking for anything really. here until we see this, how we open into this new 50. We've eaten through the sell side imbalance. We are trying to build. Again, we are looking for 55s. 55, 60 area is still our pivot, just like it was this morning when I got on. Nothing has changed about that. Either we're able to build above and start to break this downtrend with trapped sellers at the lows, or we hold this as resistance and start to rotate and are we all on the same page here? Where we've entered back into our value and we are just rotating back up in our POC area. We're now watching to see if this is the start of a reversal. We're seeing if we can hold POC from previous 15 candle, and we are looking for this 55-60 area as target. And from there, we figure out where it was. You're talking about for sell side kills or for longs? What are you saying? You said yeah, and I asked two questions. Longs or shorts? Sell side? Yeah, so you can take an initial positioning into an offer point, but you're looking for a breach of the higher lows and then an offer from where a previous bid was stepping in. So for us here, for this, you would either be looking for sellers to be very active into our 60 edge or a look below 38 and then reoffer into that, right? So you want to see basically a dip into that 27, and then you want to see sell side then defending 38 as resistance for a continuation down, and that would be your offer point. So if you looked at it on footprint, what I'd be watching for here, Kels, is do you see how 27 is our value low of this last candle? So I'd be looking for a bounce here and then an offer back into POC. And then I'd be looking for a short here as a resistance and a continuation down. But because we're holding 38s with no change, we're just holding POC from still, we still have buy side trend. And I'm not bearish until we were able to put below that 20. So I'm just watching this general area from POC to value low of this candle here. It's basically our supportive area where we're watching for buyers to continue to buy this up. But if this flips and we see that offer starting to hold below that area, that's when we start to run into sell side gaining control. Because you see how we have an LVN here? So this pivot from 38 to 27 is our 30-second opening range low to mid. It's also where this node's building out. So we look for buyers to be able to maintain and hold here. But if this fails, we're rotating back down to value low because this is an LVN that we've created, right? So that creates a short setup for us in itself, which is this. You'd be looking for something like this for a rotation down. But until then, this is where the bid is, and we're looking for this move into 55s, right? We know that buyers are here, and this is our target if they failed this rotation down. That's how I view it. And we're just watching to see how we play into this 55. Yeah, well, I mean, it's hard because you get scared trying to the things that you don't want to do is short trend up, right? But what we want to do is watch where value has where our previous offer was, right? And we can very clearly see that this area above is where that offer was sitting before. And so we want to watch how we react in these areas again. So it makes for a very good risk off for longs until we can make it supportive. But it's also where you start initiating, looking for a short entry, right? Like this is a reversion trade. So what happened is we recovered our value low and we rotated back up to POC, right? So from POC, there's no more long opportunity until we can make POC supportive for a push up, and then we can look for value high. This edge has to be your resistance, but we don't know yet if this is just a slight pullback or if this is going to be a breach and rotation back down to our value low, because we're still holding where our buyers were active. Right? So it can only be either a risk off or your initial entry for a short, because we don't know yet if it's a pullback and then a continuation higher, or just like our first area of relief. So you have to wait. You have to really look for sizing once we see that these buyers are no longer willing to participate here, because we know where we're going if they're not participating here, right? We're going back down to our previous area of value, which is at 810, right? So watching for this to just go offer and these guys to not be interested here immediately tells us, oh, okay, if these guys don't want to buy, we're going to come back down to where they wanted to buy last time, right? It's our next target. So I just think about it like that. that makes things a lot easier for me to give me like a narrative to play around and some structure. So then like understand how I'm going to be forming trades and what my invalidations are. Right, so like we have a pivot where it's like, yeah, this is more than likely going to be where sellers are positioned. But do I want to play this edge, or do I want to wait for that secondary move, understanding that this is where the seller is, right? Like I don't have to get in right where I think they're going to be. I can wait for the secondary sellers to step in with momentum to then carry us down back to a previous area of value, with then our stop above the initial kind of hurling point, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, generally. And the reason why I like the secondary move is because you don't want to get caught on the wrong side of a trade where it's you get, sure, you may capture like 5 to 10 points, but would it have been better for you to have just bought the pullback instead of trying to, go full size short into the high, and then it's just a little bit of a pullback bounce and you're still holding that position instead of taking profit because you're looking for more before we've actually invalidated a level of value. That's why I don't like kind of going into a full position at a certain level, looking for something that hasn't shown that it wants to do it yet. Right, because we would be in a much better position to just buy the pullback if trend is going to continue up and we haven't invalidated those buyers. You'll end up getting a lot more points. You're just playing with the overall participants who are pushing the market, whatever direction we're going. I feel like I should probably write this out. So like the way that my logic usually is let's see if we can. I would. This is like my general rule, right, for when we're entering a trade. So we identify a value area on both sides, right? So we have a shorter term value. Again, 38 was our bid from previous 15-minute POC. We had our 55 to 60 area as target. As long as we're holding that, we're going to come up to this. So now we've identified both our seller value and our buyer value. Buyer value is here, seller value is here, right? So our secondary, now after that, we now try to identify someone who's either offsides or an active participant on that side that we're trying to trade. That gives us the ammo, right? That gives us the trigger to allow us to then play those levels. Instead of just blindly buying and selling at a level, we're watching those areas for reactions. And then once we see someone who's offsides or potentially offsides, and we see someone who's actively stepping in, then we will play. And then we take that trade, right? And we play that to our area of value. That gives you your trigger. Without that, it just is going to feel really bad. Hopefully that makes sense. But like using a thought process like this, instead of just like blindly following a direction, it allows you to wait for that secondary move where the initial reaction in is what you're looking for to start looking at that trade. It's like, oh, okay, now I'm looking to see if someone will get trapped up here. If buyers get trapped here into our 55.60, I can now be like, oh, there's now potentially a reason for price to get a drastic sell-off because they were unable to push through. We're seeing that absorption happening now. Now we're looking for a secondary move where sellers are going to push the momentum and punish this guy who's offsides. But we don't just short this to short it, right? We need to see someone offsides or the price is just going to continue to just push in that direction. If they're unwilling to sell here, then our understanding of where that value shift was is it's not there, right? If sellers aren't willing to sell here, then we have to seek higher. Until we lose these buyers who are pushing the market up, there's no reason to think that the market goes down. And so if we're continuing to just hold POCs from the previous candle, right, then we know we're in strong trend. So we need to see buyers start to get stuffed, and then we need to see that shift below these POCs for that rotation down for anything. Or all that's going to happen, pals, is we're going to get these offsided sellers like we did here, who then push price up. You see how on this candle, we push into that POC, sell sides, offsides here, and then we rotate up. So it's the same thing on the long. It's like we've identified buyer value, we've identified a seller who's offside, and we've identified our target. You get me? So this is a catalyst to allow you to then play this up to target. Because we know someone's offsides and we know that buyers are still participating and willing to absorb into this previous POC. So we're still holding higher lows and we're willing to push. That gives you a long game. That's just at 20 points, right? 30 points now. It's like, if we can identify these things, we then can create triggers that allow us to trade. Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people did as well. That's why it's very easy to get excited, especially after drastic moves. But like a lot of the things don't change on the higher time frame, right? It's the smaller time frame where we start to panic. But we are just looking for pullbacks to previous levels of value, looking for the market to settle, and then we're watching to see if any sort of trend forms. And as long as that's happening, then we have continuation. Just like you have to create rules to remind yourself of that. And we want to trade volatile price action. We love volatile price action. We love large moves, but like we always need to remember like what could happen if we're on the wrong side of said large move, right? Think about not just the reward, but also the risk. So if you don't see something that's viable, you have to remind yourself that this could potentially blow up my account in a single trade, right? That's something you have to be aware of and remind yourself. Instead of just looking at the positives, you have to look at the negatives, even more so. It's the same thing for on like FOMC days and any of these like very big news-based catalysts where people love to YOLO. Like, yes, this trade could make my account, or it also could blow me up in a single day, ruining all of my hard work that I put in over the last month. And that might be something you need to write out and like tape to your monitor of like, hey, I didn't just spend a month building my eval and get passing for me to blow up in a single day. You know what I mean? Like if you don't see the setup, you don't see the setup. You don't have to play it. Like price might be moving a lot, but if it doesn't give you an opportunity to get in, that doesn't have the risk of seriously ruining like hundreds of hours of work that you put into this. You have to weigh the costs. That donut parts series is probably your best bet to learn the basics of Blender. Teaches you everything from mapping to rendering to cutting, manipulating shape, texturing. It's just like a really nice little basic walkthrough of every like aspect of Blender. Yeah, and so Dubs, like we've come back up to previous day value high, right, which is the 60 level, and it's also our 15-minute VWAP. So it's the same setup as before, where the Russell has been able to push back over our value high and hold it as supportive. And now we're watching to see if this 60 can hold as supportive as well for that rotation back up to value high on Q. And what's our value high on NQ? It's that 80 level we were talking about, right? So we still need to see that push and hold over this 80 or anything more. But we might be able to see this rotation here at 60s if we can build here with Russell holding our value high as supportive. We're now watching to see if we can build and push back up that full value rotation back up into our highs here. Can we hold previous day value high as supportive in our high? If so, we have expanded. If not, we will continue to just chop here like we did before. ES still has a bit more room up to POC, up at 36. That's still target for me. But we're at our ETH high now, and we're relying on Russell to have momentum again. Remember what happened the last time the Russell lost momentum? What happened on NQ? See? So as we push back up here and we hold value, we need to be careful because if Russell loses momentum again as we push back up into this offer, then we start to show weak again. All we've done is mean revert, come back up to our VWAP. How we react from here should be pretty telling to let us know if we're going to do a rotation or not. Just watch POC from previous candle, or we watch the ability to build, hold back over value. Sort of continuation play. Pushing into our 80s. Russell into our ETH high and our reoffer. And this is ES into target or 36 to 38. We either break outside of value or we will rotate the full range again. It's just like last time on a failure of value high. So just pay really attention, pay a lot of attention here because this is our offer points across the board. We have 15 seconds until 15. Watching our 65 to 57 here on retest, see if bids can step in. Basically just POC from previous candle, seeing if we can get anything more here. Again, Russell rejecting, lost some momentum here. We're just looking for backs, ES hit target into POC. Perfect bid off 65s and push back up. Need to make a break these higher lows though. Russell needs to be able to get back over EH high if we're going to get action. Yeah, sure, Patel. And again, like I want you guys to understand like that you don't need to buy that candle. That can be your signal, right? It can be your trigger be like to start looking for longs, right? But we have to see those offside sellers and then we look for those POC shifts and then that gives you the trade for the upside, right? You don't need to be in for a knife catch or from the edge lower, edge high to still make money off of these areas because we're looking for much larger moves, right? So we look for a pushback down into an area of value. We look for someone to get offsides. Then we look to play the secondary move around that person when active buyers step back in, right? Just like I went through a little bit earlier ago. And like, are you gonna tell me that this shift up was not worth playing, right? Where we start to see this trend shift with POCs holding as supportive. Then multiple opportunities now to get back in and play this. And that's what it's about. Is like, can we utilize understanding where our value shifts occur and where people are caught offside, and can we find secondary levels to play off of, understanding that we have that we have momentum on our side to play around. Move stops up as we push into these guys. If you are long off 65s or from lower, we are into our value high edges. Until we can push above these and hold them as supportive, we need expect them as potential areas where sell side is going to step back in. We can oscillate between value high and POC from for the next hour, for all I know. You need to see pretty strong looks above and the ability to hold above the like this 80-85 area on NQ for continuation. It's the same thing we were looking for earlier when we were watching to see if longs were going to be able to take control. Offer still very clearly sitting at 8. If you did short into this, this is going to be first PT as we push back down into our value edge here, 65 to 57. Gotta look to see if we can push below this or if this will hold as buyer support. LDR 57, now looking to get back over 65s here in bid if we're going to continue higher, or this is going to just chop, guys. We held POC from previous 15-minute candle and our VWAP. There's been no shift yet. Russell still struggling to get over ETH high, but holding exactly where we need to for the bid to maintain. Still maintaining lower highs though, right? We need to see that shift and break. You know what I mean? How we can just top out here short term for like an hour between value high and POC. You have to take profit into value high. We can't look for expansion until we're showing a willingness to trade above it. Like you have to understand that this is the sell side edge, and you have to take profit into that edge, or you're going to get chopped up. Trying to buy these highs doesn't make any sense at all. This 80 level has been our offer. It's the last time we were looking to see if we were going to be able to build above or not, and we failed. Now we just gotta wait. We're just holding POC from this candle, but this is turning into a balanced area with these stacked POCs. Right? We're trying to gain acceptance over up. Need to see the Russell be able to hold, and not only just hold, but expand. We're still above our value. We've got this LVN below us. This is good. So we have room to pull back and still be bullish. But if we lose value high, we rotate down again. Right? We need to see acceptance over our ETH high, or this is just going to oscillate sideways like this between ETH high and value. And NQ, of course, is just pulling back to POC because we've failed and we're now selling. We're now back to our buyer side, and we watch to see if we can just continue to rotate between these two. Same thing on ES. We know this is our sell side. There's nothing here for buyers until we can show acceptance and willingness to trade above. Use your brains, right? Don't take longs up into that until we have clear conviction from buyers. Pullbacks, of course, are to POC. Need to see a POC maintain. Need to get over 65s and make them support them again for any sort of retest and break of these lower highs. If we start to make POC here at resistance, we then have the room down to like 23s. Right, so we're watching to see bids maintain and push back over here, or do we rotate down like this? That's going to be very dependent on if the Russell is going to get stuck here. See the willingness to expand and push back up to day open. If we lose value, watch for something like this. Push down. 50 seconds until new 15s. Still just holding 57 and rejecting 65s. There's been literally no shift on NQ. Same resistance, same support, just holding POC. We're getting a bit of curling down action on NQ, but nothing really to write home about yet. Just chop. We have FOMC minutes in 30 minutes coming out. Back up to 65 off of another hold of POC on NQ. Russell finally at target here, short day open. Potentially a pretty important level. We failed to get back over. Could mean loss of momentum here, Russell. So watching to see how we react. Not a lot of structure built out of 15 minutes until FOMC meeting minutes, and 50 seconds until new 15s. Still just holding POC on NQ, this 55, and still meeting our offer into this 80. No change. Russell still just pushing higher, holding day open. Back up to our value high here on NQ. Held our 50s again. No change. Kick ass. Morning was good, and then it got volatile. But we caught some really nice moves, and then identified a shift in trend, and then played that up, and then that's been that. Now we're just chopping, waiting for news to come out in 9 minutes. Russell is going for this VPOC here, up at 176.8. NQ is trying to build over value, failing so far, but we're looking to see if ES and NQ can actually hold above for expansion. Russell into target, just took out that VPOC. Right. There's news in 6 minutes. FOMC meeting. We have sell side imbalance above us at oh, what is this? 895 to 905 above. We are holding value right now, or we're attempting to bid above value on NQ and ES. We've rejected the past 2 attempts, rotated back down to POC. So just waiting to see if we can build above. I'm a bit worried about this as we go into it, is that we look above and look in and the failure to this selling delta. Just keeping that in mind that we've been just rotating between value high and POC for the last hour. And like, look at this LBN that we have below us on Russell. If 174 doesn't hold. Yeah. 171 to 169. So we'll see what news does, if anything. But at least liquidity will come back in, and then we'll have a direction to play. I would love to see like and tag up into 20s or something like that. That'd be great, but I'm gonna wait for value to shift, or I get excited. Tagging into those selling deltas now. Ooh. Right, I just saw that meme. posted the Honey Nut Cheerio. Jesus. It's so dumb. Jesus. Oh, Lord. This is where we expect some volatility, boys. FOMC, we're releasing now. We'll watch to see if we are able to hold up into these highs or if this creates a trapped buyer up here and then we have to rotate back down to POC. So really paying attention to this area. The bot has not said anything. Now the bot has said something. Bot seems to be broke. Love to see it. Into our next set of selling deltas here. Got to our 20 tag and rejected. Now waiting to see if we can hold. Expect a full retrace of this candle. Candle retraced. See if we can get any continuation on this move. Watching like 85 to 80 here to see if buy side liquidity will be present or not. Could tag in. See if we can push. Need to get back over value edge, guys.
US Treasury 10-year yield down 5.3 basis points at 3.765% and hits a fresh 2-week low.
The POC retest, right? Retrace the candle, come back to POC from previous candle, now battling it out. into our yellow box, seeing if buy side can hold. Failure to hold, we rotate back down to POC, down at 550. Need to get back over value. Or value edge.
US Treasury 2 10-year yield curve narrows inversion. Last at minus 13.8 basis points.
Really keeping an eye on the Russell here for any weakness. We've got this LVN below us. Retesting our value edge now. This is your first risk off if you bought the yellow box. Got to get back over value. Break this downtrend. Watch for absorption into 15s. Move stops up or risk off some into you have room to expand over 31. Until then, 15 is your resistance. This looks like it needs to chop until Russell goes for a liquidity grab. It's LVN. That'd be my guess. Watching this edge, but I really think that we'll probably have to do something like this before we get the move. And NQ and ES will just oscillate. Only so much liquidity that can be here. Either we are able to break over our pivot here above, or we're going to need to come down and fill this and then figure out where we can go from there. We're just holding my buy side box, the yellow box, and holding value high as resistance right now. No real shift. So until we either see a push over 915 and a willingness to bid above, or the Russell coming down, we're kind of just stuck here. It's the image I posted right above. I don't know why it's broken. It's annoying. bit attempting over 15s. Still kind of getting eaten here into it. Need to see a pretty strong hold above. Then we look for 31. Back into these this imbalance. I think we probably go up to wick fill if we can hold 15s. Russell back up the top of range. Watching to see if we can look above or not. There's our tag. Pushing into it now. $15 hold and bid, pushing to 30s now. Not too much here. Again, just looking for that trace of the wick high. 31 is good target though. If you played from our yellow buy zone up, this is full PT for me. $30 seconds until new 15s. Let's look above. 51. And then 80, 980, 951. We can hold over our wick high. Yes, it's 48s and then 52s. Your 51 tag.
NYMEX diesel September futures settle at $2.24 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline September futures settle at $2.20 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas September futures settle at $2.17. And NYMEX WTI crude October futures settle at $71.93 a barrel. That's down $1.24 or 1.69%.
Yeah, it used to be much better. Spec ammo's okay though. It's lost a lot of its edge. But if you're an options trader, it's still very valuable information. Their courses are a little expensive, but service itself is okay. You need to know a decent amount of options to make for it to be useful though. What are you looking for, Patel? Just like any edge? What? I would read. There's a book in Mario's bio. I would read that. immediate rejection off of our 51s, Russell retesting our breakout pivot at 176.8, and ES coming back down to our value low, our value high, sorry. We're watching to see if we can find buyers here. Same thing with NQ, but immediate rejection. Look above and failure. Just coming back down to our basing. We'll watch to see if NQ can find a bid. As long as this 900 to like 910 is holding, is hope for buyers to be able to above. If this goes offer, we run into issues. Look above. What does a look above mean? Well, we have a level, and it needs to show willingness to bid above. That is a look above. If we push into a level and we're trying to buy, and we haven't shown any willingness to trade above that level, then you are buying the top. So a look above and hold that. A look above and failure would buyers looking over price here, and then the offer stepping in, pushing us back below, and then holding that level, trapping these buyers. That's a look above and failure. We're looking for levels to be responsive on a recovery hold. Or we get things like this where buyers try to break, we look below, and then rotate back through value. Really need to hold here for buy side, or we're back inside value on the day and we can rotate back down to POC. Again, this blue box needs to hold, or we're going to start doing this rotation where this offer can come back in, start to show weakness like this. Also, Russell momentum with ES and NQ back into value. It's not good. It's for bulls for the short term. Need to recover these levels and bid very quickly back over. Or again, rotations like this back down to POC. Well, the move down was an over exaggeration and a deleveraging from the yen, and then there was a huge offloading, and then it didn't come to fruition. It's stopped, and then people bought the dip, and then they were pricing in a rate cut, and now the FOMC minutes are basically saying the same thing, that in September there's potentially a rate cut, and so there's a bid. You have people who missed the low and continued to buy because they did not get in at the lows, right? So now you have a lot of inflow. Everyone said it was the end of the world. who buys futures contracts and moves price? Bigger funds that are hedging their risk on their actual assets and speculating. But mostly, the futures market was designed and implemented to have a market that was 24/7, that they could hedge risk over overnight, and if anything like news and volatility comes in, so you would be able to if you had like assets, like actual assets in the market, you'd be able to hedge with a futures contract and lock in like a price. What do you mean that these are the actual contracts? It's just the name of them. No, funds are trading these, man.
And Brent crude futures settle at $76.05 a barrel. That's down $1.15 or 1.49%.
Getting our rotation down off the failure of value, just following our pathing. We either see this hold here, just like last time, our yellow box, or we rotate down to POC. Russell is just filling our LVN. Up, Gav. There's potentially one more leg down here if we fail to get back over value, guys. Just need to watch to see if the Russell can get back into this range. Same thing on NQ. Either buyers are able to continue to maintain here, or we rotate down to our blue box below. Pushing over our value, we're able to hold our yellow box. Russell coming back up to our highs for the top of the rotation. Watching to see if we can now hold above. This is, again, what we're watching. This is what you need to see, the ability to bid and hold above, or we will rotate down to POC off failure. So far, no willingness to bid above. We're reattempting our value edge, but it's still just chop. Get our POCs on footprint. You're either trying to execute at our yellow box or you're not doing anything. Interesting place for it. Just start feed. Later, Dubs. DFR yellow box will hold again. This Russell low, ESPOC, again NQ same level as before. I personally I'd like to see 60s on NQ. Really would. See if we can get one more leg down or if we bounce here again. Still really wanting to see this re-offer our like 900 and then push below for a rotation down. But if buyers want to continue to bid here, I just won't participate. Not really trying to trade chop, but if we are going to reject something like this, I'm all for it. All right. I think your first risk off into 70 and then 60 for offer now here. Pushing into target now. Good area to risk off into POC. See if we get any continuation. Move stops down. This is our 60 target off of our rejection of our 900 and then push below 85s. I don't look for more downside until we're below 50s. This 50 to 60 area is just target. It has to be. We want to push below previous day value high and make that resistance again. We can look for more downside, but for me, this was my risk off. The only thing that makes sense. Understand that 60 is our previous day value high. ETH high is also here at 65, and our POC is here at 58.50. So there's quite a bit of levels here, and below this, we have our 30-second opening range. So I'll be watching for something like this for a secondary move. This becomes our resistance, and then we look below and make our value low resistance for a continuation. But for me, like we gotta see the look below and the to hold. This is just going to be an area where we can consolidate sideways or dip in and then bid back. So that was the move that I was looking for. Now I'm just gonna sit and wait for something else. $50 until new 15s. keep an eye on how we react into the POC of this on the new. You see how we looked above and then we're starting to hold POC as resistance on these candles for a downtrend. So that'll be your first signs if we're going to get continuation. If we start rejecting this yellow box as our offer on 15, right? We'll look for something like this and then kind of continue down. That would be your bearish continuation. Q15 is opening. And again, I personally have no interest in the 10 to 20 points that are down here. I'd rather wait and see how we react, because the buy side can be pretty aggressive. into our 30-second opening range here on NQ. Again, not interested. Don't want it. Just watching our value low, watching our reaction from there. If this is serious, we'll reject like we have into our like 54 to 62 for a secondary move down to our value low. And then from there, we can decide what we want to do. Again, the idea here is that we will hold this as resistance and rotate down into this if sell side is serious. I don't want to play around with this volatility if buyers are still willing to trade here. I'd rather just wait for us to push below POC from yesterday and our value low and show that is like they want lower. Because that gives us a target of previous day value low. Let up sell. There's our secondary move off the rejection of 54.7 down into our value low. This is now fully completed on pathing. I will delete. Now let's see if we see any sort of shift. Yes, into previous day value high and our value low edge on the So immediate bids off of our lows. Again, this is just that buying area. There's no great shorting opportunity there other than playing the 79.50, which is what we did, and then the reoffer and push down. But now it's just retracing of our daily open and our value low on the day. Yes, back up to POC, up at 35s. Russell just still rotating between our two pivots, blue zone and 176.8. Your 15's opening here in 15 seconds. We are trying to build back above our POC of this candle, and we are watching for the offer to be stepping in 79.7, 79.50, 750 area, this red box above. Got our bid exactly where we thought it would in value low on ES and Q. We're now watching to see how the offer reacts here. Retesting POC now. Can we bid here and hold? That is the question. We'd like to see the bid be able to kind of step in here and push over higher, or we're just trapped in this range. Russell back to top of range and rejecting so far. Again, just doing this oscillation. The goal for buyers now is to be able to build above POC. Yes, still needs to be able to got a pretty hard resistance here. This our PVZ target. You need to see the willingness to bid. You would like to see Russell be able to maintain the highs of this range, break back over. That's the only way that buyers get us out. That I see. First target off of the hold of our 65s, following pathing. Need to see the ability to push over this offer here into 79.50, or this is all that there is for right now. Need to see this become supportive, then we can rotate up to 900. Still stuck here between our two pivots. ES still holding POC as resistance. Just waiting for someone to get trapped and or a move. Twenty seconds until no 15s. 5 minutes after that, we have MOC close. Back to top of
1 minute
range
until we get the
here.
market on close data.
See if we can build above or if they reject again. We're really watching for the Russell to be able to maintain this LVN here. I want to see bids be able to hold this and bid off of it. Rotation up, or we're trapped here with Russell potentially having weakness for a rotation through this range. So really important that we see buy side willingness to kind of defend this section here. Top of range, 87.50 to 90, basically. Just move your stops up. We look for the full rotation off of the hold of
Market on
POC.
close imbalance. The S&P 500, 2.3 billion to the buy side. The Nasdaq 100, 850 million to the buy side. The Dow 30, 610 million to the buy side. And the Magnificent 7, 470 million to the buy side. Pushing into our value high target here on NQ. Move stops up. If you are playing any of this, you have failed to break over value high every single attempt so far.
Look above, see if we can hold it. 5 minutes until close, guys. Russell holding our range and our pivot that we needed to. If we can get over 15s, we go to 31s, but we need to be able to maintain here, or it's just going to be a look above and failure. So watching to see if this bid and our 31 clear. Three minutes left. That is the close. He just flagged at value high. And I think it's just you and me, Cass. Everyone else is pretty dead. I don't know if I'm gonna continue doing afternoon sessions. Feels kind of like a waste of time. But we'll see. All right, you guys have a good one. Bye.